来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
好，请这个场外的嘉宾赶紧入座，赶紧入座。
Take your seat. Distinguished guests, dear leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Zhang Yongtao, the General Secretary of China Gold Association, entrusted by our President of Gold Association of Song Xin. I will be the host for this opening ceremony. This association is opened by the China Gold Association, China Gold Exchange, and the China Future Exchange, and PBOC, and Shenzhen Kinghood Collides is the co-host of us. On behalf of the association, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the support of each and every participant. Now, I would like to declare the 2018 China International Precious Metal Annual Conference is now beginning. First, I would like to make the introduction of the leaders and the guests. They were Song, the China Council, and the President of China Gold Association, Song Xin, and the Shanghai Huangpu District Hand, Chao Kezhen. Welcome. Mr. Zheng Wufu, Deputy Director of the PBOC Shanghai Headquarters. The Community Director of Shanghai Gold Exchange, Zhao Jinpu. Mr. Sun Yi, the Overseas Business Director of the PBOC. He Jun, the Deputy General Manager of Shanghai Future Exchange. Shanghai Gold Jewelry Industry Association President Yang Yi. Wang Lixing, the General Manager of the World Gold Chancellor China region. Huang Ximing, the Board Director of the Shenzhen Kinghood Holding Collides. And Huang Shikun, the Shenzhen Kinghood President, because the time is limited. After I complete this introduction, I hope that you will give them a warm applause. They were the PBOC Shanghai Headquarters Vice President Zhao Rong, Mr. Zhu Lixing, the Shanghai Huangpu Finance Service Office, and the Shanghai Hu Yingchun, the PBOC Shanghai Headquarters, Harbin Finance Service Center, the Shanghai Gold Exchange Marketing Department General Manager Liu Mingming, the Shanghai Future Exchange Commodity Departments Chen Ye, PBOC Shanghai Finance Marketing Department General Manager Gong Yimei, Hong Kong Gold and Civil Trade Permanent Honorary President Feng Zhizhen, and PBOC Trading Center Deputy General Manager Go Gun, and their US CPM Group Presidents Jeffrey Christians and President Metal Focus Company Nicholas Pleasance and Philip Collop, the British Gold Metal Presidents, and Chen Shengwei, the Zhongjing Jewelry Co-Limited, and Li Dongmei from the Shanghai Chenghuang Jewelry Co-Limited. And Liu Xing'an from the Gold Association. Now let's express our sincere welcome for them. Now we would like to invite Mr. Chao Ke-jen, the head of the Huangpu District, Shanghai. Welcome. Dear Presidents Song Xin and Zheng Wufu, Deputy Director, and dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to participate in the 2018 International Precious Metal Annual Conference on behalf of the Huangpu District of Shanghai Municipal Government. I would like to express my gratitude for the opening in Shanghai, especially in Huangpu, and I would like to say welcome to all of you guys. And I would also like to express my gratitude for the organizer who held this conference in Huangpu, and your support for our development. I would like to say thank you very much. Huangpu is the heart of Shanghai. This is our president's definition when they made a visit to Huangpu. It takes the lead in their economic development. The GDP annual output is more than 20 million, and I believe that this year will exceed 22 million, and 95% is coming from their modern service, with an area of 1.5 square kilometers, which is the smallest one. However, the GDP ranks the top or second. And rank the top in the whole nation. In the modern history, Huangpu is the area where it takes the origins of the economic development, and we always say that the Huangpu Bank is the history of the contemporary development history of China. The service sector is developing at 15% year on year. The value added of the finance sector is 40% of the total GDP, which becomes the main driven force for the development of Huangpu. In the factor market, there were 12 in Shanghai and 5 in Huangpu. We have the settlement trade center and a cross-border settlement center, and etc. In 2017, the finance factor settlements trade volume is more than 2 million, accounting for 10% of it. Huangpu has a close relationship to gold since the establishment of the Shanghai Gold Exchange. Established in Huangpu, now become the largest one in the world. In the Shanghai Jing, which is calculated in the name of RMB, it is in the Shanghai Exchange Center, and we have the jewelry industry, and the trade of the gold is accounting for 50% of the whole nation. They are called as the best one in the nation, and they have a lot of the famous gold gold enterprises in this area. For example, Lao Fengxiang is a brand with 100 years. The annual sales volume is 14 billion RMB. This is the only one that has the longest history. And the Huangpu Group has the close relationship with this company. So that is to say, the holding of this annual conference is quite a good choice. It's a quite a good choice. I believe that by taking full of this platform and by exchange of ideas, we will promote the development of the gold markets and improve its influence in the global market. And it will bring a great opportunity for the development of the Huangpu. Now, Huangpu is actively implementing the President Xi Jinping's proposal, that is to actively cooperate with the international markets. According to the Belt and Road Initiative, we will promote their finance belt in Huangpu, and we will speed up their development of their bond, and we will introduce a lot of finance sector into this region and promote the finance sector's innovation, so as to promote our levels of service in finance. And we hope that we can cover the service in the Yangtze Triangle and the whole nation. Even though I am not have the background of finance, however, I believe everyone who has been in this area has noticed that the inventory asset is more than 8 trillion to 9 trillion, and we have a lot of trillion like this. And some of their gold inventory is held by the general citizens. Now, except for the real estate and their deposit in the bank and foreign exchange assets, gold is one of the most important assets for them. We have to think about how to offer a channel for our people to improve their wealth by gold. This is the topic that we have to pay attention to. We have to think about how to improve their wealth. We should not simply rely on real estate, nor should we simply rely on the other markets. We have a lot of inventory in China. We have to think about how to make full of the inventory. Some experts has proposed that in the future, maybe we can set up a gold bank. However, this is a topic of the experts. I believe most of you guys are an expert in this regards, and most of you are the professional in this area, including Ms. Zhao, who is an expert in this regards. However, Huangpu District is willing to offer the support for you to promote the development of service of Shanghai to the Yangtze Delta. No matter it is their finance service or help their general people to improve their wealth by their service sector, this is a topic for us to be considered about. I believe this annual conference will bring a fruitful result to you, and I believe there were a lot of wisdom will be generated by you, all of you guys' contribution. And as Shanghai has 5 major tasks proposed by President Xi Jinping, and as we want to be a good server for the Yangtze River Delta, so I hope that you guys can come to Huangpu District and to take the opportunity, and we can work together to contribute our efforts to that. And we will make every effort to offer the best service and the best environment for doing business. And just as what I said yesterday, there was a very good words today that is to be a good waiter or waitress. Our Huangpu district should be a good waiter for us. It is not a simple waiter. Instead, it has more significance because the general one has just to offer a good service. However, Huangpu, as one who is who plays an important role in Shanghai, we need to offer a good strategy for them.
So being cost-effective is the most important thing, and that is our next priority. And we believe that you can help the Huangpu government together build a healthy environment for business development. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chao, for your wonderful speech. Next, let's give the floor to the Deputy Director of People's Bank of China, Shanghai headquarters, Zheng Wufu. Let's welcome. Distinguished Mr. Song, Mr. Chao, and Mr. Zhao. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very glad to participate in the 2018 China-Shanghai International Precious Metals Earning Conference. And on behalf of the head office of People's Bank of China, I would like to extend congratulations for the holding of this event. The main body of precious metal is gold. Gold is based on the nature of currency. The gold market has been an important component of the financial market. And the People's Bank of China has been dedicating to the development of the gold market. This development is beneficial for the society, and the gold market is different from other precious markets. And the development of the gold market can also be conducive to the comprehensive development of the financial market and raise the ability of deal with financial risks, propel the prosperity of the whole environment. Recently, the gold market is undergoing rapid development, and Shanghai Future Exchange and also the Shanghai Gold Association are the main bodies. We also have the multi-institutions to participate in the orderly market system. With the rapid development, the gold market is becoming more and more open. In 2014, Shanghai Gold Exchange established Gold Exchange Board. People can use the offshore RMB to participate in the main board transactions. Recent years, this year, in the first 11 months, the total transaction volume exceeded 6,400 tons. And in November, we also launched the Shanghai Gold Initiative, which can be conducive to the pricing of gold derivatives. And later on, we also have a lot of other activities which enhance the influence of the gold. The institutions' development can also promote the development of the whole market and better satisfies the need of the customers. Currently, our patterns of market is undergoing healthy development. Our citizens have passion towards investing in gold from long time ago. With the increasing demand, the investment in gold and jewelry is increasing. more and more citizens are taking part in the gold investment, and gold investment has become a priority of household financing plans. Just now, Mr. Chao also raised new requirements for our work. After all, the development of the gold market will have more and more important functions. In order to further promote the development, I believe we can have more efforts put in the several aspects. First, promote the reform and innovation, making full use of the Shanghai Free Trade Zone, especially the coming favorable policies regarding the chip development, encouraging foreign companies to participate in the gold market, establishing a healthy mechanism, and a product innovative system that is matching with the international standard. We are striving to make the market as the first-rate market in the world. Just as President Xi mentioned, we should have the leading spirit of innovation. We should do the best. Second, pay attention to standard development and regulated development and prevent risks. With the deepening development of the market, more relevance of the market should be taken care of. We should prevent the risks and improve the system of risk management. Third, stick to serving real economy and serving the interests of citizens. We should meet the need of the financing of industry and also the investment demand, promote the upgrade of the structure, improve the categories of the product varieties, enhance the education of investors, protect the legal rights of investors. I believe through the efforts of you all, our market will become a diamond, a pearl in the whole industry. Wish great success to this event. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zheng, for your wonderful speech. Next, let's welcome President of China Gold Association, Mr. Song Xin, to give us a keynote speech. Welcome. Respected Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zheng, and Mr. Jiao, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very glad to gather here at the Huangpu Band and participate in the 2018 China Shanghai International Precious Metals Annual Conference. Just now, I've been greatly enlightened by Mr. Chao's speech, and I have a deep understanding towards the advantages of Huangpu district. Linking Huangpu with gold more closely. And Mr. Zheng also gave very clear address about the important role of gold. So on behalf of China Gold Association, I would like to extend welcome for all the people who participate in this event, including the distinguished leaders, experts, and press friends, both at home and abroad. And I would like also to extend gratitude for the support of the Banks of China. The 2018 China International Precious Metal Annual Conference was previously held by the Shanghai Gold and Food Association, and now, in combination with the cooperation with Shanghai Futures Exchange and Shanghai Goods Association of the Industry, we hold this event. And together with the Bank of China and the Shenzhen King Hood Group, we co-organized this event. This has been a solid foundation, and I believe at this critical time before the new year, we will achieve great results. And also, China Gold Association also aspires to cooperate with other institutions, engaging more excellent colleagues in the precious metal industry, talking about the great trends, looking into the past, reviewing the past, and looking into the future. This event can also become a platform for deepened communication and understanding, and realizing the friendly cooperation between all parties. Next, I will give a brief introduction about the first quarter's gold industry situation in 2018. And I will also share my opinions on the domestic and foreign trend in the gold market, as well as how to construct the new global gold market under the new trends. First, the basic situation, gold production. Recent years, Chinese gold companies actively implement the policies of the country and orderly reduces some mining's exploration strength. Last year, the accumulated production was about 500 tons. It reduces a little bit, however, it still looks good. And in the first 3 quarters of 2018, the raw material gold production is about 289 tons, down 7.46%. The export material gold production about 83 tons, up 34.24%. And Zhongguo Gold and China Gold and Shandong Gold, Zijin Mineral and Shandong Zhaojin companies, the production of those companies account for 53.44% of the whole, and the minerals account for 43.33%. Second, in terms of consumption, currently in 2017, we have the gold jewelry, 538 tons, up 60.94%. Gold bar, 210 tons, down 5.05%. Gold coin, 18.1 tons, up 6.47%. Industrial and others, 81.9 tons, up 24.68%. So you can see that although the production of gold is reducing, however, the gold consumption is continuing to climb. Jewelry sales continues to climb as well. The gold bar sales reduction is becoming narrower.
Now, their import is accounting for 61%. That's to say, their gold industry is has suffered a heavy task for improving its output. And secondly, as for the trade volume, in the first 3 quarters, the Shanghai Gold and Exchange total cumulative turnover is 4.88 trillion, increasing 34.7% year-on-year. The turnover volume is 13.17 trillion yuan, increasing 31.27%. And the Shanghai Future Exchange gold future contract is 2.25 trillion yuan, decreasing 29.29%. Compared with the other contract, the future price is fluctuated in a narrow range. There isn't a big changes, so their profit has been narrowed as well. As for the future trade, the result is not satisfying. However, after October, the gold future markets get to rebound. That's to say, from the output to consumption to the trade, everything has been rebound. As for the mining and technology of mining and gold jewelry has also been advanced. In the mining, there is a development of the eco-friendly. As for the jewelry, they have always considered about how to make full use of the technology and engineering process into it. And by now, we are focusing different situations, both in and abroad. As for the international situations, after the 2017, the economy has been rebounded. This year witnessed a fluctuation of the global economy. South Asia and South American and Asia has suffering their economic crisis. Their currency has suffered a depreciation, and there is a flight of capital in the nation. And while the friction trade between China and the U.S. has bring a lot of uncertainties to the world economy, the downward pressure of the world economy is increasing as well. Meanwhile, the political situation is also suffering tension. The confrontation between Russia and America is continuing. Especially the Russia has suffered a problem with the Ukraine, and the landscape of political situation in Europe has also been uncertain. For example, the West Asia and Korea-Japan has also suffered a geopolitical situation. For example, Saudi Arabia, there was an issue considered about the murdering of their journalists. All of this have brought an uncertainty for their political situation in the future. We don't know what will be in the future of the political situation. And now I'd like to talk about the domestic situation with the deleveraging and finance monitoring in the finance sector, as well as the policy support. The finance policy is shifting from deleveraging to leverage stabilization. China's economy has enjoyed a steady growth, and we have keep an eye on it as well. Will develop at a high-level way, and which has been consolidated in the first 6 years in particular, especially after the fifth finance work has been implemented. A lot of companies are suffering from the capital issues, and the interest rate has been increasing as well. Even though at the last half of this year, the situation has been eased. Since October the 5th, the president has held a meeting on the civil economy. Each and every department has making making efforts to deal with the situation. This effort has increased the confidence in the market as well. As you can see in the, we have seen in the G20 meeting, the president between China and the U.S. has been discussed about how to deal with the situation of trade between China and the U.S. And we have 3 months time to making further efforts. All of this bring hope for us, and it is also an injection of energy to the global economy. With the uncertainties and fluctuation of political situation, in particular, the U.S. stock is suffering, is enjoying a bear market. All of these factors have contributes to the increasing of risk aversion. As a good asset for risk aversion, gold has attracted the eye of the investor, which is a guarantee or opportunity for the future development of the gold. The fluctuation of the price shows an increase of the confidence of the investor. Maybe the spring of the gold market is coming to us. Yesterday morning, I have witnessed that in December, the future price of gold has increased 0.5%. Thirdly, I would like to talk something about the suggestion for building up the globalized gold market system. The 21st century has an advanced technology which make each and every industry in the world develop in a globalized trend. Gold as a liquidity finance asset with a unified price. This is considered to be a borderless finance asset. If you want to develop the gold markets, we have to follow the principle of being from regional to the global, from the closed to open to the outside world. In this April, we held a global gold markets forum, and the participants proposed in principle to build up the functional, transparent, well-monitored, and win-win global gold markets, which meets our mindset for our aspiration, and it would also meet a mindset for the development of the China Gold Association. And we will contribute our efforts to the final establishment of the global gold market system. I have several observations. First, we have to be open our mind and cooperate with the rest of the world, and strengthen our cooperation and communication with the rest of the world. Nowadays, the populism and protectionism is still uprising. However, I still believe that cooperation is the very path for cooperation of the development for the industry and then for the country, and it is also their foundation for their whole for their stakeholders. And we need to build up the landscape for cooperation and compensatory benefits and win-win. And we need to build up the system that respect the differences of each other and understand the differences. Only by doing so, we can strengthen our understanding of each other, and only by doing so we can find the common interest, and only by doing so we can build up a system that meets the time's requirements. China's gold market developed very fast, and the participation of the global markets and their international level has been increasing as well. No matter in the production, processing, or consumption, China has the role to increasing its development so as to lead the global gold industry develop in a sound and healthy way. In this September, China Gold Association decided to build up the China Council. and we are going to we're going to stood up a role in it, and I was so honored to be the chairman of the China Committee of World Gold Council. Well, we'll make every effort and carry on my duty to promote the communication and exchange of ideas between China gold industry and the international gold markets. And I hope that we can contribute our efforts to build up a brand new world gold market system. Secondly, we need to build up the market standard and regulation so as to facilitate a win-win result compared with the traditional one. The new one requires each and every market player to cooperate in a closer way. The cooperation will be at a higher and a wider level. So it is necessary for us to build an international gold market standard and regulation. And this regulation should be accepted by all. The establishment of the standard and regulation will facilitate each and every player to reach the consensus in the cooperation and deal with a new problem in the market, and strengthen each and everyone to display themselves in their market activity. And it will offer a good foundation for them to cooperate with each other in activities. By doing so, we can help to build up the mutual recognition of promoting their standard contract and warehouse, and it will also build a good system from the trade to settlement. However, the establishment of a standard regulation needs support and participation of the institution, association, enterprises, investor, and the other market player. Currently, due to many reasons, the countries in the world, including China, has some differences in their market rules and standards, which affects the cooperation of the global gold market. Therefore, China Gold Association is willing to make full use of its advantage of platform and play the role of communication among government, enterprise, and markets. We sincerely invite their counterparts to cooperate with us and to work out a unified standard and regulation for the global gold markets, so as to facilitate the cooperation among nations and regions, so that this standard will be the facilitator for the development of the global gold market. Thirdly, we have to think about how to speed up their technology innovation and facilitate their integration of science and technology and the global market. The science development has changed the landscape and development trend of the global gold industry. For an industry and the markets, science has a lot of advantages. In the recent year, China gold mining has increasing its investment in science and technology, and its strength in the fruits transfer. In their large metallurgic research regularity and their cyanide and gold extraction technology, tail resources, comprehensive integration, and safety of mining and green development. In this regard, we have made a lot of achievement, and this is because this is the reason why the China gold mining can receive a fruitful result. And meanwhile, the science of technology plays an important role for the future development of the global markets. The future global gold market will be one that is more opening and and has a closing relationship with the rest of the world. So, science and technology is the support for building and opening up and high efficient and regulated market.
In recent years, with the increasing and profound use of science technology represented by internet technology, the term fintech has been repeatedly mentioned recently. A lot of financial and technological achievements have emerged. More and more market participants are beginning to actively plan their future plans in the field of fintech. And at present, many domestic commercial banks and gold companies have already or are about to develop their internet gold business. Internet technology is profoundly changing the product system, marketing system, management system, and financing system, and many other aspects. In addition, blockchain technology and AI technology have received more and more attention. I believe that the maturity of these technologies will have great impact on the future global industry. The global gold market must conform to the new trends and new requirements of the era and take science and technology as a powerful driving force, constantly carries out innovations in mechanism, operating modes, business types, and customer services, and renewed with new vitality. Dear colleagues, dear friends, the construction of an open, inclusive, and in line with the characteristics of the era environment requires the sincere cooperation and deepened communication between all parties. The China Gold Association is willing to continue to make full use of its advantages and provide high-quality and fruitful services to domestic and foreign industry companies. We will continue to build a platform for cooperation between domestic and foreign gold industry. Finally, I hope everyone can have sincere communication and talk freely during this annual meeting. Wish great success to this meeting, and also hope you all can have great work and life in 2019. Thank you all. Thank you, President Song, for your keynote speech. Next, let's give the floor to the Party Secretary and Chairman of Shanghai Gold Exchange, Zhao Jinpu. Welcome. Distinguished Mr. Song and Mr. Director Zhong, dear old friends and new friends, I remember in 2015 I first participated in this event. It was in November or December. Until now, 3 or 4 years have passed. Time flies. I've been in the gold industry for 4 years. I've noticed that a lot of the precursors and the old and new friends in the industry have gathered here, sharing their own opinions. I believe this annual meeting will be a feast for thoughts and will achieve great results. I've been thinking what I should deliver to you all. So my speech is about constructing the internationalized gold market infrastructure. Why I'm talking about this? Because I'm thinking about as the platform what Shanghai Gold Exchange should do. How can we support the real economy? How can we support the market innovation? How can we support the international integration? I've been thinking over these questions for a long time. Shanghai Gold Exchange connects the real companies in the gold market with the financial market. We also connect the domestic and international markets. At the same time, as the basic infrastructure and platform, it is required that we should allocate our resources well and accord with the policies and cooperate with the multi-institutional, multi-field, multidisciplinary organizations. Just now, Mr. Chao addressed on that how to become a good regulator of the gold market. For this regulator, President Xi also addressed that we are family. This is a much simpler concept. Where family means we're all dear friends. We should become a good regulator and monitor of the industry. Therefore, based on these thoughts, I'm thinking about the next step, and I would also like to share with you our next step for the Shanghai Gold Exchange. So first of all, we should establish a trading system that is in line with the international standards. For a long time, the trading system of our exchange is mainly for domestic market. We've basically meets the needs of domestic members and customers, taking into account of the needs of the international market, but the system architecture is slightly simple. The functions are not reasonable enough. In 2017, on May the 1st, the third generation trade system was officially launched. It is named after the gem exchange, comprehensively improves system capacity, and widely supports business innovation needs. Currently, the core businesses, the international businesses, and the internet businesses are the three major sections. It also have the 15 subsystems, including bidding, inquiring, centralized pricing, registration system, and so on. Its functions have been greatly improved. The international system is further optimized. International members can directly use the system to carry out the trading and agency work of the Shanghai Gold Exchange. This greatly satisfies the high-speed development of the international board business. This also drives forward the progress of business and comprehensive innovation, and it becomes the framework carrier of sustainable development. Next, we will study the needs of the fourth generation of the trading system, and we will use one generation, explore on the next generation, and plan on the next generation. At the same time, we will also complete the two places, three centers system, that the two technological centers plus the Shenzhen Technological Center. I believe under this system, with the support of the platform, we can accord with the needs of the market and better satisfies the demand of the market and provide better platform services for you all. Currently, People's Bank of China agrees us to establish a new technological company, increase investment in technology and exploration. The second is to build a smooth fund settlement system on the international level. In recent years, our gold exchange has continuously optimized the settlement function and beautiful trading modes of bidding, inquiry, pricing, and quotation, and includes the four major trading varieties such as gold, silver, platinum, and panda gold coins. At the same time, it also provides gold ETF, Yiqingtong, and rechargeable businesses settlement services. At the same time, in order to meet the financial interaction between the international market and the domestic market, and strictly enforce the foreign exchange regulatory requirements, we have adopted the common and different approach with the help of the People's Bank FT account system in the Shanghai Free Trade Zone. The funds are fully closed and all deposited in the special settlement account of the International Center. The exchange completes the domestic and international business settlement and becomes the blood of connection of the internal and external communication and business circle. I believe we will further make more coordination between the subsystems and the exporting of resources. We are also seeking the approval for authorities. This is conducive to reducing the settlement procedures and the settlement processes. In this sense, we are also striving to provide better settlement and financing services for you all. A lot of people are asking me previously in the Financial International Forum, I talked about the main board and international board assets correlation, and main board, the correlation with FT and the cross-border RMB input and output. We believe our work in the second aspect can address those issues, and we can better sort out the financial relations in the market, improve the settlement efficiency of you all. Third, we need to expand the internationally compatible delivery and transportation network. Through warehousing network, we aim to connect domestic gold producing enterprises and processing enterprises. We established a relatively complete delivery warehouse system. Until November 2018, 65 delivery warehouses have been set up in 35 regions across the country, meeting the demand for the production, processing, wholesale, import and export trade. Among them all, the amount of the warehousing accounts for about 80% of the industry in the country, and the amount of gold processing members accounts for about 19% of the same industry in the country. And we set up 2 international board designated delivery warehouse in the free trade zone. Actually, it will be 3 because in Shenzhen we will form up new international board to facilitate the Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and South Asia gold accounts. With the exploration of the Chinese market potential, recent years, the international warehouses have become the channels for import of gold and also become the important channels for the re-export of gold. And we've established a comprehensive delivery system connecting the domestic and international services. We also have a lot of other plans. If conditions permitted, we will establish a new delivery warehouse outside the border, and this is under negotiation. The fourth is to promote international standards in China. Just now, Mr. Song talked a lot about this. If we accord with the international standards, real situations are the true bargains, and the abilities are our bargain chips. Without the abilities, you can't accord with the standards.
Now we are on the one that on behalf of the strength of China is the Shanghai gold is the one that follows the New York gold and London gold. These three are the pricing base for it, and we will work out the pricing system for it that will reflect the base price of our supply and demand and the preference of the investor. And you can surf the internet of it, the website of it. That is the price for their coin and their bar. If their foreign company wants to know the information on this, they can search their English version of it. And we will also have the anti-laundering money and the anti-territory finance system, and we have to build up their responsible gold system, and we want to build up their evaluation system that demonstrates the risk control strength of Shanghai. The Shanghai system is rooted in the markets and come from the market and grow in the market. With the Shanghai Gold Exchange international platforms development, will continue to develop itself to cooperate with the international market. I sincerely hope with the common efforts we made, the Chinese women who buy gold around the world can have their say in the global arena. In the global markets, we have some diligent mining workers and refining master and master that's who with the craftsmanship and excellent trader, and as well as the brokers. And in the past 25 years, I hope all of these guys can receive a satisfying result. In the past year, thanks to the efforts you made, the gold markets has make the continuous innovation. In the future, we hope the Shanghai Gold Exchange will ground itself in the market and build a better trading system, settlement system, delivery network, and base standards to serve the investor both in and abroad, and serve each and every product innovation and serve the developments of the gold market. We build up a good facility of the gold markets, and we hope we can be a good waiter for the gold markets. We will do what we should do, and so to be your guarantee in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Thank you for your excellent speech. Now I would like to invite Gu Ting from the Shanghai Future Exchange. Welcome. Distinguished Mrs. Song, Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Sun, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to join in the 2018 China International Precious Metal Annual Conference, I would like to extend my congratulations for the opening of this annual conference, and my gratitude also goes to those who support the development of the gold market. By taking this chance, I would like to share my observations on the pricing base. We say that the price is the core of this. The price, the market is allocated resources based on the resources. The futures price has combined the information in the present as well as in the future, which will reflect the situation of the commodities. By now, the bar commodities has been shifted from the trader dominated to the market player dominated. The Shanghai Futures Exchange is focusing on the two functions. So as to offer the reference for you, and we have. And there were two. The one topic has two ideas. The one of this is to think about how to make the future price of future products better and better and meet the demand of the market, and strengthen the quality of the products and improve the efficiency of their service and offer a better tool for the markets with high efficient and lower price. Then we have 17 types of products, including the ferrous, non-ferrous, precious metal, energy, as well as some basic industrial products. The trade volume has ranked the top of the world. And we also have the derivatives. In this September, we have launched the craftsman and options, and the ferrous of futures and industrial futures has also win the results. And the other one is a platform for a standard platform for trading. The standard warehouse beer can be traded here. By building up their market of the future and spot we can make full use of this platform, and it includes 6 futures type. From September to now, the total volume of trade is 15 billion, and new types will be launched there as well, and new way of trading will be launched as well. Except for the 3, we also make some efforts in internationalization. In March 26, the China future. The China future market has launched their crude oil future markets, which is the first one in China, and we have received active participation in the global market. The crude oil contract has become the largest one in Asia. And in only 3 months, we have made 5 billion trade. While we have received a lot of recognition from both in and abroad, and we will continue to develop our strengths for the development. In next year, we're going to launch the other new products, which is the crude rubber, and we will think about how to make full use of this product to improve our influence. The gold futures has give full play to itself, and we have made another efforts in monitoring and improving the operation system. Now the launch of the gold futures has improve the system of the gold market, offering an on-time information for the investor. And we have improved the efficiency for the information delivery in the upstream and downstream. That is a low cost and high efficient management tool for us. And we ask for we have make full use of our products to improve the allocation of the resources. The first one is that we have improved the volume of the trade. By now, the total volume is 32 trillion. And the daily position is 120,000. According to the U.S. Future Association, in the consecutive 5 years, we ranked the second in terms of its volume in the world. And the investor structure has been optimized in 2018. Their lawman position is 17.5%, and the transaction is accounting for 43%. There were 17 enterprises and 18 banks has become their major players. And the research shows that the value maintaining efficiency has maintained as 95%. The price ratio both in and abroad of the futures is maintained as 0.89%. And we can become the very standard for the pricing of the gold in the nation. In order to change their habits and optimize their position structure, we have launched a new business this year. We know that there were a lot of contracts. Actually, there were only in June and December. Their contract is active from June to December, and from December to next June. That is the active period for this. How this situation have caused some inconvenience for some companies and institutions. In order to change the situation and serve them better, from this October, we have launched a new business. The first contract is 1904. Now their position is more than 30,000. In the past, except for June and December, there won't be any contract received more than 22,000 position. So that is to say, it is effective. And we have received a lot of support from the future company. Meanwhile, the bank is also a great supporter for us. In the market survey, we found that we asked that, are you interested in this business? And many of them answered yes, because there were a lot of spot position in the bank. They need to find a place to deal with, and they found the gold exchange is in a lot of the gold market. The gold exchange is a market maker, so they are not able to deal with this business. So they hope that this Shanghai Futures Exchange can deal with it. So they hope that this business can be continuous. So. Now, among this market maker, there were 3 banks has been involved into it. Some of them have the high requirements, and some of them have urgent demands. Some of them said they want to deal with this business as soon as possible, because their leaders may go out for business. So they make every effort to deal with the business in a very fast pace, even though the interim procedure has not been completed. I hope that you can pay attention to the 1904 contract. And in the future, in next year, we will have the 1906, and after that, we also have the 1908. and we hope, and all of this contract will be as good as 01 and 02. We will and we know that gold is the best version asset as the top consumption markets of gold. A lot of the consumption enterprises and institutions will actually join in their resource allocation so that the gold can reflect the situation of China, and that we can attract the world to cooperate with us.
In the future years, the reforming will be speeded, and this will be a critical moment for the market, and our futures exchange will establish the standards that fits Chinese characteristics with the aim of building the world-class futures exchange. We will continuously improve the policies and improve the varieties of precious metal, deepen the research, and also establish a healthy market that fits the economic need and risk management need. And with the Shanghai Futures Exchange reference, we establish the platform and mechanism that have global impact. Dear friends, with the parties being here, we will provide suggestions for the future development. And our futures exchange will continuously provide secure, high quality, and efficient management tools. At last, I wish great success to this event and hope you all have great work and life in 2019. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. He, for your wonderful speech. Next, let's give the floor to the Overseas Business Director of the Bank of China, Sun Yu. Welcome. Dear Mr. Cao, Mr. Zheng, Mr. Song, Mr. Jiao, Mr. He, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, I thank the China Gold Association for establishing and organizing this event, which provides communication opportunity for the colleagues of the industry. The Bank of China is very glad to co-organize this event and make contributions to the healthy development of the industry. I personally just came here to the headquarters from the London branch office. And when I was working in London, two things impressed me most. In June 2015, Bank of China participated in the LBMA, the gold pricing system. We are very honored to participate in this system. On the other side, this also means that the London gold market pricing reflects the supply-demand relationship in China. And then later on, we, as the founding member, we participated in their board of directors of the LBMA, and although I failed in the election, I believe this reflects some fruitful results of ours. It reflects several issues. First, with the development of the Chinese economy, our position in the gold market is increasing. And second, as the leading organization in the industry, we should deepen our involvement in the industry and increase our right of say. Recent years, with the development of the market in China, our market volume amounts the top leading positions. Our gold consumption ranks #1 for 5 consecutive years, and we are also great import-export markets. In 2015, the production of our country in gold ranks #2 next to South Africa. Currently, our transaction volume ranks #3 in the world. And Shanghai Futures Exchange transaction volume ranks #2 in the industry. With years of improvement and the increasing gold reserves, under the growing trend of the better resources allocation, with the deepening marketization of the gold transactions, all those are conducive to the increasing the status of gold. And it is fair to say that through years of efforts and innovation, the Chinese gold industry has attracted world attention. Speaking of Bank of China with gold, you may think of the underground gold safe. It was at that time the gold safe building was undergoing several modifications, and it continues to play an important role to this Bank of China as a major player. It actively participates in the options opening and derivatives market. And it is also a sincere partner for Shanghai Gold Exchange and Shanghai Futures Exchange since 2014. And we have become the member and council member of the industry. We are also the general member of the Shanghai Gold Exchange, strives to have the full coverage and customer matching services. In April 2016, we have become the pricing members of the first batches of the Shanghai Gold Exchange, promotes the maturity of the gold market, promotes the China gold market to the world, and becomes the spokesman for the gold pricing in China. Bank of China also have the Shanghai Gold, the incentives products, promotes the Shanghai Gold to general investors. And as an honorary member of the first batches of banks, we also participated in the business. And this October, we improved the dynamics of the Shanghai investors, increasing their efficiency and enhancing the quality of the transactions. Recent years, the development has undergone great changes, and we are sticking to the road that it fits the Chinese characteristics. And how can we walk this road well? This is a thing that we need to consider. We need to involve in the gold industries, the gold derivatives, and all parts of the chain. We have our own advantages. We should shoulder the responsibility of the international participant and domestic regulator roles. Bank of China will stick to the spirit of constructing the first-rate bank, continuously putting efforts in innovation, putting gold as an asset, as a popular product that enters homes of millions, realizing the innovation of the product and technology. Under the force of technology, we improve our pricing ability and competitiveness. The bond number 23 The building at that place is the important symbol, and Bank of China will, together with you all, show the strength of the organizations in China. Thank you all. Thank you for your wonderful speech. Thank you, Mr. Sun, for your speech. Dear leaders, distinguished guests, the 2018 China International Precious Metals Annual Conference is co-organized by 5 organizations. We hope on this platform we can provide communication services for the colleagues in the industry, both at home and abroad, deepen the understanding between each other, and realize cooperation between different parties. Let's join hands and make contributions to the development of the market. Thank again for all the leaders and guests' participation. Next is our coffee break at 11. We will go back here and continue our meeting. We are honored to have invited Yao Jingyuan, a well-known domestic economist, at 11 o'clock. Look forward to it. 2018 China International Precious Metals Annual Conference opening ceremony now ends. In the coffee break, please scan the QR code on the back of the brochure. You will see our public account. You will see the materials, the live streaming of our annual meeting. Thank you all.
会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越。这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。
走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当 社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越。这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当
社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越。这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。
社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越。这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地缘贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。
社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越。这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭。
Please go back to your seat. Please mute your cell phone. 技术鼓励位。我这几天这几天在。
手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
各位嘉宾、各位朋友，大家好，我是中国黄金协会副会长王胜斌。下面由我来主持，下一段的这个会议议程。目前，我国的黄金产业、黄金市场正面临着全球的政治经济变化多端、风云变幻的一个时代。今年开始的中美贸易争端，为全球的经济复苏带来了极大的不确定性。上周，中美两国领导人达成共识，双方停止加征新的关税。未来能达成什么样的贸易协议，我们拭目以待。但是可以肯定的是，我们还有大量的工作、艰苦的工作要做。那么未来呢，全球的经济形势如何发展，中美关系如何发展，我们今天请到了国务院参事、著名的经济学家姚景元先生，为大家解读和分析。姚先生在多个国家部委担任过领导职务，曾经担任国家统计局的总经济师、新闻发言人。下面有请姚先生，大家鼓掌欢迎。
Now soon we'll say goodbye to 2018. There is only 1 month for us, and when we look back to the 2018, there was one thing I can certain is that the major index set in at the early of the year has been completed by us. And we know that when we want to know more about the macroeconomy, first we have to think about their economic growth. Last year, we at the early of the year we set up that the economic growth should be at 6.5%, and we think it is possible to be maintained. The secondly is the inflation. At the early of the year, we hope that we control the price and increase at 3.5%. Now it is about 22%. Thirdly, the employment. The pressure of employment is far from being easy. There were 8.2 million graduates and 500,000 postgraduates, and overseas students 450,000. And in this May, we have completed their index. I think that we can exceed 30% of their planned target. And then the first one is the income of the nation. And even though we have made some uncertainties, their protectionism is uprising is this a situation that we are facing up with? The import and export has exceeded our anticipation in the middle of November. The import and export exceeded last year. Now, that is to say, the import and exports has been maintained 15% growth, and it is quite possible for us. According to the basic principle of the macroeconomy, the economic growth, employment, price, and balance of payments and receipts. Based on this 4 index, we have maintained a good result. This is the fundamentals. And meanwhile, we have also paid attention to the problems, what challenge we are facing up with. That is, the growth has been suffered a decline. Some enterprises has faced a lot of difficulties more than ever. Why they have such kind of situation? That is because the Chinese economy is facing up 2 battlefields. One is the trade battle with U.S. and the internal battle is the upgrading and transformation battle. So one is a trade, the other one is transformation and upgrading. The internal and external battle set us in a complex situation, challenge us. Now, first, I'd like to talk about something about the trade battle. Just now, we have said that the trade battle has catch the eye of the whole world. And last week in Buenos Aires, in the G20 meeting, has reached a consensus, and this consensus is a ceasefire, and we want to put an end to the trade war. This is quite important for us. And the U.S. agreed that they will not impose more tariff on their products exports to U.S. Originally, he wants to increase it from 17 to 25%, and we say no to this decision. And we agree that we will import more products from U.S. Then these products will meet the need of the citizens in China and will be helpful for us to improve our living conditions. By doing so, we can narrow the surplus of China. The trade war is starting from the adverse balance. With last year, it is $56 million US, and China accounts for $27 million US. Based on this data, we can tell that China could occupy a relatively higher proportion of the adverse balance. And after negotiation, we have found that there is something we need to analyze, is why there is a big trade deficit between China and U.S. The trade deficit, the fundamental reason is their competitive advantage is different with each other, and their economic structure is different with each other. As we all know that this is the 40th year of opening up, looking back to the 40 years. What is their competitive advantage for us? The former Premier Deng Xiaoping said that we have to pay attention to the Chinese condition. What is the Chinese condition? That is we have a large proportion, however, have a weak foundation. So the large population is its advantage as well as the disadvantage. In the early days, we have a lot of rural people. Then, so we have changed the ownership of the land, changed the ownership of the rural areas, and so as to improve the production capacity of the rural areas. When after the production capacity has been improved, a lot of the rural people has been released from the land to the other fields. And all of these people go to, some of these people go to the second industry, and they go to the urban area to work. And at this time, we have the reform opening up, and in the trade policy has been opened. And by this is the history of how China developed into a world factory. As for U.S., as you know, that the U.S. has a relatively higher labor cost, which is 20% of that of China, and now it's 10 times of China. So it is impossible for the U.S. to carry out the labor-intensified industry. So the competitive advantage difference has cause a situation that is a lot of the goods from China exported to the U.S. If you go to U.S., you will find a lot of things are made in China. There is a journal made in Wall Street that the daily life of the U.S. people cannot do without the made in China. For example, when they brush the teeth, the toothbrush is made in China. The towel is made in China. When they go back, when they go to China, when they go to work and turn on the radio is made in China. When he take the cup of coffee in the office, the cup is made in China. So everything is made in China. I want to tell you a story of myself. 20 years ago, I was in U.S. My son is in the middle school, who is a big fan of the basketball player in the U.S. So he asked me to buy a basketball for him. I accepted. When I go to U.S. and I found there was a word made right on the basketball that's the made in China. So I changed one, and I found there was also the similar words on this made in China. So I asked the sales girl that I want made in China. I want something made in U.S. He said no, we only have made in China. However, however, my son was waiting for my gift, so I said to the sales girl that I would like to buy this board back, and please put enough air into it. And I tell my son that the basketball is made in China. However, the air is in U.S. It's made in U.S. So you cannot do without China, made in China. There was a lot of products, cheap and good, flown into U.S. The result is that when the products flow into U.S., it's lower the CPI of the U.S. to by 1 to 1.5%. The price and increase of the U.S. is less than 2%. If you go to U.S., you will find that the price is cheaper than us. I have one of my friends who is also in Shanghainese. Every time he would go to US, he would buy a lot of things, clothes and the other stuff, and take it back to China because it is cheap. If you buy the cheap products, if you buy something in US with that is made in China, it's also cheaper in China. So the price is being lowered down and meet the demand of the US people, and make their life better with made in China. The products sold in China help us to help us to gain their US dollar, and we can buy things in the US. However, there were a lot of the trade regulatory systems, and if we want to buy something in China, if we want to buy something in US, we need to buy something different from China, because we're in a different development phase. So we are in need of the technology of US. However, the technology is being strictly monitored and regulated by US. So the unfair situation is created. We sell what we have to them, but they won't willing to sell what things they have to us. So it is not what we don't want. It is what we want to buy something from them, but they don't want to sell it to us. So the dollar come back to China and becoming the foreign reserve. I think that many of you may be aware of that we have 3 trillion. We have 3 trillion foreign reserve. Most of them has been by the US bond. There were totally 1 trillion US bond. I don't know whether you are aware of that. China is the largest buyer of the US bond. We are the #1 holder of US bond. So as a buyer, we support its economic development. The China and the US trade and economic relations is hard to deal with. If you only look to the statistic, actually it seems that we enjoy a surplus. However, the US also enjoy a lot of benefits. Of course, we also enjoy their employment development and the development of our economy. The trade and between China and the US should be compensatory with each other. If we go to the details, I think the US is a big winner. And of course, Trump aroused this trade war, and we respond to him. In the past, we have told them that we don't want to have the battle with them.
But we are not afraid to start to fight for this war. We have our own bargain chips. Now, the leaders of the 2 countries reached consensus that we should stop the trade war. This is a good thing. It can be beneficial for the 2 countries. It can also be beneficial for the whole world. From now on, we need to fully implement the consensus reached by the 2 leaders of the countries. Then what should we do? We should purchase as much U.S. products as possible. For example, beans. The China-U.S. beans previously has become a heated topic. In last year, our bean production was about 19 million tons, and we also imported bigger amount of beans. Among the imported beans, 30% comes from the U.S., and those accounted for 62% of the U.S. production in total. It means that 60% of the market depends on the Chinese. So based on this, in the trade war, we decided to add about 25% of tariff. It means that for every ton imported in the U.S., 700 RMB will be charged extrally. This means that they lost opportunity to get imported in China. And when I talked with the U.S. leaders in the government, they said that my friend said he is the leader in the agriculture area in the U.S., and this year the U.S. beans grows very well. It is a harvest year. However, 62% of the market depends on China previously. But what can I do now? He looks very worried. For this, I think we can import more beans from the U.S. With the consensus of the leaders of the two countries, we can import more beans, which can also help the U.S. farmers to overcome difficulties. This is conducive to the trade balance between the two countries. Besides, we can also import other agricultural products like the beef, like the pork and beef. I've got a company here importing pork from the U.S. For the U.S., the growth cost for 1 kilo of the meat is about 4.2 RMB. However, domestically it's 66.2, so it's much more expensive in China. And a lot of the products imported in China are re-exported to the U.S. And when we buy the pork from the U.S., adding 25% tariff, and then re-export the pork to the U.S., again adding another 25%. So this trade war affected greatly to the economies of the two countries. Another company that I researched on produces magnetic products. You know that the Tesla auto in the U.S., the engine of this auto, the magnet part is produced in China. However, after the trade war, when we export the magnet to China, to the U.S. added 25% tariff. This affected our corporate competitiveness. For the U.S. auto companies, it also increased their pressure. So the trade war is bad for the companies for two countries. Therefore, the consensus reached by the leaders of the two countries are very important. We can purchase agricultural products from the U.S. like the pork, the beef, beans, and energy products like the oil, gas, natural gas, and so on. The oil inside China, the price is low. When we buy that from the U.S., we can reserve the energy more. So we should spend the money and buy the U.S. products as much as we can. Narrow down the trade deficit for the U.S. Of course, this is a bilateral thing. We need co-efforts from the two countries. On the basis of this, the leaders reached a consensus, and all the corresponding work should also get initiated, including the more opening up and policy change and so on. For the consensus and the follow-up implementation of the consensus, in my opinion, I have full confidence. Therefore, in this sense, it's not only about the companies in the two countries. The world is paying attention to the trade war. In the second half of this year, a lot of estimating organizations of the world release results about the downward growth of the world economy. That is because the trade war between the two countries affect the whole world a lot. The two major economies, one is China, one is the US. Our contributions to the world is about 30%. If the trade war between the two countries escalated, the world economy would be put in a dark and bleak situation, according to the scholars in the Western world. In recent years, we've seen the hope in this trade war, and we are leaning towards solving this trade war. Personally speaking, when Trump became the president, I said that Trump was not that reliable. A lot of Americans say Trump changes his attitude from time to time. He makes one thing in the morning and then he changes at noon. This is a problem. How can we deal with it? I believe that the most important thing for us is to do our own things well. That is the first step. Then how to do our own things well? Just as I said, to fight the second battle well. That is the upgrading of the structure domestically. To fight this battle, President Xi in the 19th National Congress addressed that the Chinese economy entered a new era. The main symbol of this change of China. We need to seek this opportunity, fight this battle well. First of all, we need to grasp the change of the major conflicts in the recent 30 to 40 years. President Xi addressed that the change of conflicts is now into the needs of people for a quality lifestyle. You cannot ignore this trend. I've seen that some people do not have enough understanding towards meeting the need of citizens for a better life. We have opened up for about 40 years. In the beginning, we raised the major conflict. Last time, it was about satisfying the basic material needs and solve the conflict between satisfying these needs and the production capacity. This was raised in the 6th plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. And to solve this conflict, we need to develop fast. And because we aimed to solve this conflict and strived to solve this conflict, we obtained rapid growth. On China Daily, I published one article addressing that the major conflict change in the past 30 years is closely related to the food we eat. I don't know what you think about what we eat. I believe there are 3 stages here. From the 1978 to the 1990s, This is the first phase where we ate enough. In this phase, we need to solve the problem and let the citizens eat enough. The food tickets was cancelled in 1993. We've carried forward a lot of policies to address the food adequacy problems. And then the second phase is about eat well. That means you should have the meat, have the vegetables, have balance of nutrition. This is the second phase. In this phase, as we all know, that the situation of the high blood pressure, and so on, these problems occurred. We have millions of people who have diabetes. When I was little, my father and their friends at that time area would congratulate others for being fat. They will say, "Congratulations, you become fat. That is because you eat healthy or you eat well." But now, if you congratulate others for being fat, you will be criticized. People don't like hearing about this. So using the words of citizens, 40 years ago, we were worried about whether we have enough food to eat. Now we are worried about we should eat healthily. We cannot become fat. Then the third phase is about healthy diet. If you search that on the internet, top 10 healthy food, number 1 is sweet potato. Who would ever think of this? Previously, I ate in the restaurant. We ate some dishes, that is the vegetables from the wild fields. We thought they were quite healthy. In the past, those wild vegetables were fed to the pigs. However, now they become a kind of healthy food, and it's more expensive than the meat. We've seen that the Chinese economy undergoing 30 years of development, the conflict change accords with the change in the food. Now we are not facing the problem of not having enough to eat or not eat well. We are facing the problem of eat healthily. It's not about quantity. It's the upgrading in the structure, the high quality issue. So making clear understanding of the major conflict is very important. If you do economic work, you should precisely judge the major conflict in this area, and then centering on this conflict, you work in the most relevant industries, then you will get success.
I want to make an example with you that in the first decades of reform and opening up, our major contradiction is resolving their food and decent life. So what kind of issue is related to a decent life? That is, one is eating and the other one is clothing. Since 1980s, the most popular industry is eating and clothing. So a lot of people sell clothes, sell eggs, sell food and etc. Many people go to Guangdong and Hong Kong to make the wholesale and sell money and sell products for money. Now we look back to the days. A lot of enterprises in Fujian and Guangdong win their first bucket of money through selling clothes. Some people say they're less well educated, but I cannot agree with it. When we look back to the future, there are the things that found that the basic requirements for China is to win bread. So they find the major contradictory, and they win price. After China, with the development of China's economy, we have there was a turn point. And the turning point is changing from their eating and clothing to living. At the late of 1990s, the original contradictory is spread to life, to living and transportation. When the major contradictory changing from bread to living and transportation. So what kind of industry is related to this? Yes, it is real estate and automobile. So in the past 2 decades, the most popular industry is real estate and automobile. Those who get into these 2 industries will win a lot of money. The fundamental reason is that is the major contradictory in China. Now, the major contradictory is changing. That is, the people's aspiration for better life is increasing. This is a concept with a lot of content in it. The aspiration for better life means that we should not rely on the basic material needs. Instead, we have a mental need as well. So to meet this need, there were two fundamentals to be satisfied. One is to improve the living standard, improve the living standards as well. And I think that improve the living standard and improve the life standard will bring a lot of benefits to people working in these 2 related industries. For example, the culture, education, and I don't know whether can you remember that in 1978 the average longevity is 78, and after 40 decades the average life become 88 years old. So I told the association chairman that the gold industry is closely related to their aspiration for better life. And if we can give full play to this area, then it will be a big growth point for China. We have to notice that in the past, the rapid way of growth cannot be sustainable because it relies on capital investment and resource investment and labor investment. In the past, we pay attention to the speed, and in order to speed up the development, we have unleashed a lot of capital, unleashed a lot of currency in the markets. At the end of the last year, the M2 is 1.67 million. So compared to that of the past decade, 10 times has been increased. According to the economics, according to the economic principle, when there were a lot of money in the markets, the interest rate should be lowered down. However, the enterprises still face the situation of expensive interest rate. So the situation is quite complicated for us, and which need us to make a retrospect. President Xi always said that we have to think about how to introduce more money into the entity economy. This time, he has also proposed that we have to solve the problem for the higher interest rate for private company. So that is why we need to shift from the demand management to supply side reform. We should no longer look for the high-speed development. That is why we have to take the risk control as the top priority. Secondly, their high-speed growth relies on the consumption of factors. We have a high energy intensity industries, and which will cause a lot of pollution. And we know the air condition has been greatly damaged in a lot of major cities. President Xi said that we should no longer simply look for the development at the cost of the environment. We should not simply rely on their developments, rely on their cost of the resources for the sake of development. And secondly, in the past, we focused on the labor intensity industry, but now things got changed. So I will give you 3 data. And people born after 1919 is 220,000, 220 million. But now, for people to born after 2000, there is only 100 million. So from 220,000 to 190 million to 100 million. So totally 100 million population has been decreased. So the decreasing of population will have the impact for the economy, for the macroeconomy, because the decreasing of the population will in fact affect the labor, will affect the labor population. And as we know that the cost of the labor is increasing. And we know our entrepreneurs are suffering a lot of dilemma because of the increase in the labor and the material and etc. Yes, I have said that everything is made in China when we go and traveling. But now we found that more and more things are made in the other countries, such as Vietnam and the other. When you look to the other countries, such as Cambodia and Vietnam, we found that they are following our path. That is to develop the economy with labor-intensity industry. Exports the products at a lower price. They follow our path, and however, they have competitive advantage because they have a cheaper labor cost. A worker in Vietnam can only earn half of the Chinese worker. Last year, I went to Guangxi to take the visit of the farm which produced the sugar cane, and when I found that and I found most of the workers working the sugarcane are from Vietnam, because if you hire a Chinese man to do the labor work in the fields, it costs 200. However, if you hire a Vietnam guy, it only costs 70 RMB, even though some of it is not lawful. If you want to travel around China, I suggest you go to Yunnan and the south of China, where there were a lot of laborers there are from the foreign countries. They only earn 1,200 RMB a month. Even though it sounds very relatively lower price, however, it is a higher income for people come from Cambodia. And I have taken visits to plants in Jiangxi, and they have workers from Ethiopia. The boss only give the worker 300 RMB per month. So we have to change our mindset. We should no longer rely on the labor intensive way of development. We should shift to a high quality way of development. So what is high quality development? There are 4 conditions. 1, it should be innovation driven. The high-speed development needs the large investment of capital and labor. However, the high-quality developments need innovation-driven. And secondly, it should be eco-friendly development. In the past, we developed at the cost of the environment, but the high-quality development is different. We should pay more attention to the safety of the environment, and what's more, it should be more open up. When we sit together and discuss how to resolve the trade friction between China and the U.S., and including President Xi has proposed a lot of good ideas for the development of today's China. He has proposed that he has focused on the development of the open up. And fourthly, the high-quality development should be people-oriented, take people's benefits into consideration. And so if high-quality development is eco-friendly, innovation-driven, and people-oriented, and focusing on improving the people's living standard, when we develop our economy in this way, the high quality, what kind of bright future China will have? This is the 40th decade after reform and opening up. The President Xi asked us to set off once again with a brighter, with a higher level of development aspiration. Only by doing so, we can have a bright future.
So I believe when we put our main conflict at satisfying the increasingly demand from citizens for a better life, if we put this as the root cause, I believe our situation will become better. I can positively say that in the next 30 or 40 years, our achievements would be much bigger than that we have attained in the past 40 years. The Chinese market, with a population of 1.3 billion, is a very large and delicate market. For the gold market and other precious metals market, we have a broader development potential in this to satisfy the needs of citizens. Every entrepreneur have the opportunity to write a glorious chapter in it. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yao, for your in-depth, clarified, and vivid speech. Speech from masters have the characteristic of making everyone understand. That is to convey the profound meanings in simple words. Mr. Yao has high expectation for the gold market as a participant of the industry. We've felt quite comforted. Mr. Yao's speech also enlightened us on the future trends of the market, strategic planning of the companies, expectation of the future, and so on. Mr. Yao just got here last night. Let's thank him again. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the forum for this morning ended now. Please go to the first floor to enjoy your lunch because we have a lot of people here. Pay attention when you go downstairs. Our meeting in the afternoon will begin at 2. Please get back in time. Thank you all.
《黄金生活，优雅幸福》，金雅福集团。
走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。 是我们的责任。显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行。出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。
走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行，这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。 是我们的责任。显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行。出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。
走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行，这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长，这 是我们的责任。贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行，这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。
是我们的责任。显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行。出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。
明天我给你找。走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行，这是我们的信念。更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。 是我们的责任。显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺、信心来自实力，每一次感动、价值来自优势。中国银行。出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。
但我不想这样子。哦，这里直接可以这里调了是吧？我懂你意思。放一遍。有那个笔吗？啊。加湿器呀。店长说一声。 有电了。
黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。
走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长，这是我们的责任。有一种勇气执着创新，有一种实力彰显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄 黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。
走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行，这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长，这是我们的责任。有一种勇气执着创新，有一种实力彰显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄 黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。
走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长，这是我们的责任。有一种勇气执着创新，有一种实力彰显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
黄 黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。 黄金生活，优雅幸福，金雅福集团。
走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行，这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长，这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行，这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。
我们的责任。显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行。出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。
这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。闪耀的时代，我们一起闪耀未来。你在拍了吗？
说什么？
这是一个闪耀未来，铂金创造，铂金创新发展，铂金创新发展与投资机会，2018中国上海国际贵金属年会，中国银行协办大会分论坛。概况世界铂金投资协会的愿景和合作伙伴。全球铂金市场，铂金在中国的重要性，铂金在工业领域及氢能经济中的创新，铂金在中国的投资机会。世界铂金投资协会 WPIC 由6大反光镜啊，把它拆了。
反正看得到脸，但是好看吗？不是特别好。
6大矿业在2014年联合创立。
走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行，这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。 是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行，这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。 这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。这是我们的担当。有一种温暖，陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越。这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。 是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。这是我们的担当。有一种温暖，陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越。这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。 当。有一种温暖陪你成长，这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长，这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代， 让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信业，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越。这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信业，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。 银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信业，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越。这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信业，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。这是我们的担当。有 新。有一种实力彰显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行，这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代，这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长，这是我们的责任。有一种勇气执着创新，有一种实力彰显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀走过了100年，有一种责任引领着未来，担当社会责任， 做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代。这是我们的责任。显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行。出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。未来，担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力引燃时代。这是我们的担当。有一种温暖陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。实力彰显卓越，这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行。出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年的承诺。 是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。这是我们的担当。有一种温暖，陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越。这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。 是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。这是我们的担当。有一种温暖，陪你成长。这是我们的责任。有一种勇气，执着创新。有一种实力，彰显卓越。这是我们的底蕴。每一个承诺，信心来自实力；每一次感动，价值来自优势。中国银行出色的地银贵金属产品服务，紧贴全球市场信息，把握市场金融动态。这是一个点金的时代，让我们一起闪耀未来。有一种荣耀，走过了100年。有一种责任，引领着未来。担当社会责任，做最好的银行。这是我们的信念，更是我们的承诺。有一种魅力，引燃时代。
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
Distinguished leaders, dear guests, good afternoon. Organized by the Bank of China, the China International Precious Metals Annual Conference now begins. Welcome you to attend this event, and we've invited colleagues and experts from banks, security companies, financial institutions, and so on. So first of all, let's give the floor to the General Manager of Financial Market Department, BOC Shanghai Headquarters, Gong Yiming. Welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for participating in the afternoon session. And in this session, we will discuss the development in the gold market and the progress in technological innovation. When talking about the development of the market, we always trace back to the history of the development. For our bank, you can see the bank, the word bank, originates from the household tool that in medieval ages. Of course, the gold market has a longer history than the history of bank. Gold is a natural coin and natural currency. It has long history in financial systems. It plays a quite essential role. In March 1973, a lot of countries were faced with the dematching between dollars and domestic currencies. And also the Britain forest system broke, and the gold system survived, and gold plays an important role. At the same time, the prelude of transactions in the gold market opened. And in the QE reserve for gold also provided great support for confidence in the market. In recent years, the gold market in China is expanding, and our scale amongst the top in the world. Gold market represented by Shanghai Gold Exchange, and also futures market represented by Shanghai Futures Exchange, and also the Bank of China play an important role, meeting the needs of different investments. Bank of China also witnessed the development of precious metal. Currently, together with the partners in the industry, we have the financing, the different financial systems regarding precious metal, and covering the spot, futures, different financial derivatives. We increased our influence across the globe. Next, from the point of view of a commercial bank, I will brief you on the characteristics of the gold market domestically. And now the categories of the product and the varieties are expanding. The leasing, the recycling, the derivative businesses, and so on are undergoing healthy development. The functions of gold industry are strengthening through comprehensive financial services. We prevented market risks, enriched investment channels, and have promoted the development of the market. Second, regulation and monitoring are strengthened. Recently, we've strengthened the risk management, carried forward a series of policies regarding the internal risk management, which achieved effective results. We actively put effort in investor education, protect the interests of investors, and promote steady development of the system. And we are enhancing our role in connecting with the international market. We actively participate in the international gold market and make full use of it. And the import-export businesses are contributional to the pricing. We also actively participate in the international gold market and have the spot options transactions open. At the same time, commercial banks also explore their roles inside the market, and recently we have much closer relationship between the domestic and international markets. For large gold mining companies expanding their businesses abroad, we have provided more financial services, including leasing financial services, and helped their expanding. When we expand the traditional businesses, Bank of China also actively explore the technological innovation. We organized our quantitative team, which lays a solid foundation. Currently, we have very solid pricing strategies, which is conducive for Bank of China becoming the pricing organization member. At the same time, it also provides optimized experience for investors. We optimized the investing procedures and realized recycling, programming, and many other functions. At the same time, Bank of China also established comprehensive monitoring system, make sure that with the development of technology, we also have good risk management and establish the Bank of China, the good word of mouth in the industry. 2018 is a busy year. When we improve our capacities, we attempt a lot to the migration on the internet. We have the different scenario platform, integrate our businesses into outbound environment, and connect our businesses with the third party outside the border. We always aim to fulfill our original goals. This has been a great driving force. Currently, we shoulder the responsibility of stable the market in the future, and we will center on our strategic goals, join hands with you, continue to promote the policy of open up and explore the glorious chapters of the development market. And on this occasion, I would like to wish great health and happiness to you all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gong, for your wonderful speech. Next, let's give the floor to Cao Yuanzheng, Chairman of BOC International Research, and brief you on the macroeconomic issues. Thank you. I'm very glad to participate in this forum and welcome you all to this event organized by Bank of China and talk about precious metal. I was the chief economist for the Bank of China, and now I am the chairman of the BOC International Research Corporation. Mr. Gong just said that we have a long history. Now we have more than 100 years of history. Since the foundation of China, the gold reserves of China are realized through our offices, including the branch offices in London. And we're also doing a lot of policies. We have the London office, we have the Chicago offices, we have many other overseas offices doing commodities transactions. Mostly we focus on the nature of precious metal, especially the commercial value of precious metal. When the financial market is good, it shows the nature of the metal per se. When the market goes not well, the commercial value of the metal becomes more important. So it's very important to talk about the commercial value. If you know that with the development of policies, the macroeconomic situation is changing as well. In the past 40 years, China has successfully put efforts in this and become the #2 economy in the world. At the same time, we have to notice that the world is changing rapidly. We are now at the crossroads of globalizing or deglobalizing. The China-US trade friction is a symbol of it. So from the macroeconomic point of view, we should stay closely with the changes of China and also the changes of the economies in the world. As President Xi addressed on June the 23rd on the Work Conference for Foreign Affairs, he addressed that we are now at the best critical time period. We are also at a changing time period in the past 100 years. At the same time, for precious metal, we should look ahead. Our directions are much more important than simply bowing down without looking ahead. I want to talk about three things mainly. First, new challenges. Second, the nature of the challenge is about the China-US trade friction. Actually, the macroeconomy of China is not well. However, the market expectation is very bad. This imposes a challenge.
And what the future will be. Thirdly, is the situation of next year, and we believe that only the reform and opening up can help China to deal with the challenge of the globalization. First, I would like to make some observation about their macroeconomy in China. Please look at this picture. This is a GDP trend in the second quarter of this year. We have found that China's GDP have been maintained at 6% until 6.7%. And if we view this on a quarterly basis, we will find that their peak is at 2010. From then on, there is a fluctuation, suffer downward pressure. So this is a cyclic issue. So there is a cyclic upwards and cyclic downwards. When the structure is stable, the cycle is also stable. And in general sense, we can understand the future by analyze the history. However, it is impossible for us. When we are discussing about the new cycle, there isn't any new cycle because it suffered a decline. That is to say, the changes is not a cyclic changes. Instead, it is a structural changes. It is the trends driven by their structure. So, if the situation has been changed, now in the past is they're export driven, but now this is not anymore. Their contribution to GDP is changing under the conflicts between China and the rest of the world. The changes will be even serious. So that is to say, we need to driven the domestic need. Secondly, the globalization in the past is contributed by the cheaper labor price. But now the cost of labor is increasing. Therefore, on one hand, there was a big investment of overseas, and most of whom are their private company. In the past, this company are labor intensive. But now they were not labor intensive anymore, so they transferred the center from China to Southeast Asia, such as Cambodia and Vietnam. There were a lot of investors from China because they have a lower not long ago, I was in Cambodia. I was told that the female worker in the plant is more than 100 RMB, but in China is much more expensive than that. We always talk about the monetarization of RMB. The most important aspect for RMB monetarization is to go abroad. A lot of enterprises go abroad. And in the past, China is the recipient country. Well, but now it's a country that go abroad. Their labor is a driven force for economic growth. But now it is not anymore. In the past, it is the investment driven. But if you see their bank, and you will find that the deposit in China has been decreasing. It is not but now the increase of it has been negative anymore. So this is the most important financial arrangement. On one hand, this is the deposit is the investment source. So there was some problem for. Now, as you see, a lot of banks start to do the asset management, and there were special asset money management company opened by the bank. Because of deposit rate decrease, the leverage is hard to sustain. Their investment is the factor that driven the development of the China's economy. When more and more people getting old and never go to the trend has become more serious. In the past, the development of the industry is it is developed at the cost of the environment. So now we need to build a business that is energy conservation and environmental protection. Under such circumstances, the growth will be decreased. By doing so, China has said goodbye to a high-speed development. In the future, the development of the Chinese economy will rely on the improve of the efficiency of production, and so that is to say, we need to improve the economy at a high quality level. And this year is a turning point. And under such circumstances, innovation is very important. In such circumstances, their downward pressure has been emerged, and the result is the overproduction, overcapacity. In 2016, we have made achievement in our economy that contributes to the stabilization of the leverage by reducing the overcapacity production. In the past, when we try to ease the pressure of downward, we make every effort to do the deleverage. So that is why we have stabilized our economy for continuous development, and we believe that the state-owned enterprises is the key to implement the deleverage. However, under such circumstances, friction between China and U.S. trade occurred. Even though last year we have anticipated the friction between the two countries, however, it is beyond our expectation that the friction happened in such a large scale. Early this year, it is there 3 billion to 500 billion billion. So the U.S. required China to impose 10% tariff. So their scale is hard to imagine. Even though in the G20 summit, Trump and Xi Jinping had meet each other, and they have set agreements for the ceasefire for 90 days negotiation. If they cannot make a good agreement with each other, maybe their friction can be upscaling. So under such circumstances, China's economy will suffer a change. The largest changes happen in the market expectation. We have made a calculation that by now their effect to China's GDP is 0.3 to 0.5, and to their trade is 50 billion RMB. For the macro economy is not big. However, for their expectation of the market is very serious. And as you see, after the imposing of the tariff for 50 billion RMB, we have seen a decline of A stock, and a lot of enterprises are suffered from this. So, and if this cannot be solved, then there will be it will be a faster deleverage, and we know the faster deleverage will cause a financial crisis. So in this June, we have proposed to stabilize the leverage and stabilize the expectations. So the biggest problem for us is market expectation. Under such circumstances, we found that the negotiation between the two sides is of great significance to the stabilization of expectation. So in the past, we are looking for the steady growth, but now we are looking for a steady change. In October 31st, we have proposed that because the downward pressure is increasing and a lot of enterprises suffer a lot of difficulties, so we have to increase our anticipation and predictability. So we have to, in the past, we will have to think about how to help solve the employment issue for the newly graduated students. So the conflict of trade between China and the U.S. has impacts to their markets market prediction, and it happens to the changes of the macro economy as well, from their steady growth to a steady change. If we talk about the 2019's economy, we can see that the increasing the policy is of the great importance for the investment. And meanwhile, we will change. The deleverage will be changed to the deleverage stabilization. The fourth quarter and the first year in the first quarter, the central bank may adjust its reserve ratio from the macro economy, starting from this October fourth quarter to the first quarter of last year. Next year, we will see a decline of the economic growth. So this is the general situation. Even though in the past several months, we have seen an increase of export. That is because the order delivery has been and production of goods has been accelerated because enterprises are afraid of the tax increase. And we can see the newly delivered order has been decreased, and so we think the exports of next year won't be increasing much.
说不要负的。
It means that we can be good if we do not have negative growth more. Especially, we have higher expectation towards the export. The U.S. accounts for about 18% of the China's export. Under this trade friction, the export may not look very good. The economic growth of the trade this year may be slowed down from the 12.5%, and a lot of other aspects are slowing down as well. We've mentioned the fiscal policies, the easing of the financial policies. However, considering those leveraging rate, the easing might not be that significant, and also the local debt's ability is weakening as well. So we are not expected to see so many rebound in the industries, especially in the real estate industries and so on. Although we encourage the investment a lot, however, the rebound for investment this year and next year might not be very high. Third, another important issue is consumption. We've mentioned that the Chinese economy can be faced in several parts. The ultimate force is the end consumption. However, the household consumption is slowing down, especially in the retail. This is related to two factors of Chinese residents. First is high debt. Second, lack of confidence in the market. This is obvious in the auto industry. We've seen that here it shows the debt rate and also the solvency rate, and also the income of the families and the confidence of families. At this time, deleveraging should shift into stable leveraging. We recognize the fact that the leveraging is very high now. We cannot add more leveraging, but we also need to prevent the over-fast deleveraging, so we should make it stable. There will be not so aggressive policies regarding the stimulating investments. At the same time, it cannot develop too fast. We are concerned with whether the price of the real estate can be stable or not. In comparison, the exchange rate of RMB may be fluctuated. This picture shows our outlook towards 2019. Please look at the bottom line here for GDP growth. You may find that the red numbers are negative. Most rely on import. We have an optimistic attitude. And in such situation, next year, export might be negative 0.4%. and then it is expected to be the negative 0.6. If the friction escalated, it might be 0.8, minus 0.8%. If we hold a pessimistic view, the macroeconomy of China might reduce to 5.1. Excuse me, it's 5.4. In this sense, if the friction can be eased as promised, we might maintain this at 6.5. In other words, what will next year look like? The core is on the results of the negotiation between the two countries. Then for the commodities, I would like to say that the friction of the two countries are concerns of the globe, of the whole world. If the number one economy and number two economy have trade friction, they certainly will have great impact on negative impact on the world economic growth. And it also greatly increases financial risks as well. We are concerned that next year maybe there will be more financial turmoil. There will be financial crisis likely. And please see the picture here. If the dollar continues to increase the interest, then the capital might flow out of these countries here. Then more turmoil will happen in these countries. What is Asian financial crisis? That is, under this turmoil, macroeconomy will have difficulties. Up to now, currency in Argentina depreciated about 50%. Turkey depreciated about 30%. We see the double deficit issue, the deficit in trade and deficit in financial budget. 4 out of 5 BRICS countries are faced with the two deficit issue. For commodities and for gold, what does it mean? It means there's growing demand for risk management. In recent years, you may see that a lot of countries are increasing their gold reserves. If the turmoil becomes heavier next year, it means the demand for gold will increase. This worry might repeat the financial crisis of Asia 20 years ago. For precious metal, in 1973, since the Britain forest system broke down, two characteristics of gold are reflected. One, it is a metal. Second, it is expensive. It was once currency, but it is not now. The trend of gold accords with the trend of commodities in stable time, but in turmoil time, it accords with the trend of currency. And here lists the changes in commodities. Because of the trade friction between the US and China, the commodities are impacted and dedicated. You will see that the slowing down has now been conspicuously reflected. The downward trend is inevitable, and we see that here the commodities are listed here, except for agricultural projects. All other projects will have downward trend, especially in the zinc or lithium. You know that lithium is closely related with lithium battery. However, the lithium battery is also closely related with the new energy cars. With the decreasing price of oil, the demand for new energy cars are changing, and we've seen all those factors are changing in this chart. From the nature of the precious metal, we expect the slight decrease in gold and silver. This is the gold price. It is opposite to the written oil price. No matter it's next year, dollar increases interest or other factors. The most important thing is to see whether this will affect the change in capital flow, whether it will lead to serious situations, just as I mentioned before, the repeating of the financial crisis in Asia. This should be considered when we talk about the precious metal market. Please remember this. In stable time, it is precious metal. In unstable time, this is currency. You need to look at whether the financial risks next year will increase. One is how the trade friction goes on. Second, when the dollar increases interest, what effects will it have? This is the macroeconomic situation. We've talked a lot. The core nature is about the trade friction between China and the US. What is this trade friction? It is very important to recognize this friction. Before we talk about this question, I would like to ask you, how do you understand economic globalizing? How do you understand this concept? There are two connotations here. First, after the Cold War, all the countries have the market system increases the trading across the globe. At this time, the economy increases fast, trade increases fast, and the financing increases as well. However, the increasing of financial sectors is higher than that of the other two. Therefore, economic globalization is reflected in the globalization of the financial system. Second, the increasing of trade friction reside in not only commodities, but also a lot of other projects. Therefore, another system is promoted. The WTO system is supported. And during the development, China formed up an economy that is export-oriented. The raw materials are outside, but the processing is inside. Understanding this is important. And this leads to the global production patterns and also the supply chain patterns. Financial sectors are also part of the supply chain. The friction of trade also reside in the supply chain, and it is expected to be unstable.
Ten years ago, we suffered a financial crisis that interrupts the globalization. The interglobalization can be divided into three parts. One is the Asian emerging countries, which is exports to their consumption center, European and America. And it imports products from their material as export countries with its labor, cheap labor and processing technology. It process this material and labor to and we use the labor and export the products to the European and American countries. And a lot of the raw material is provided by the export country. It supports globalization with its material, and meanwhile it wins the benefits from the globalization process. The developed country is the market for the globalization. It supports the globalization, and meanwhile it wins a bonus of it. It has a good service sector, and its finance is in particular to the road. So, and it won a benefit. In the past, it is hard to introduce. It is hard to invite the investment into the domestic regions. But now it is not a difficult question for us anymore, because that is because of the finance service has been increased. And now, what is the financial crisis? It's impossible to maintain the leverage. It is a circle like this, even though the Asian countries and export countries have surpluses. However, they can solve this issue by the U.S. China also has surpluses, and China's surpluses coming from the U.S. After China joined the WTO, the trade volume has been increasing between China and the U.S. Their accumulated surplus is also go back to U.S. This is a compensatory relationship. As a matter of fact, a special mechanism needs to be established to support it. In 2015, the U.S. proposed that China proposed to set up a strategic partnership. However, this partnership is quite fragile. In the past, China and the U.S. also have trade friction, and it is caused by the relation between the two countries, and it is caused by the policy difference of the two countries. As for the increase the value or depreciation of the value of RMB, is the way to adjust the friction between the two countries. Even though it's effective, however, the effect is not good enough. Why there is a big problem like this? In this year, we can take the trade between U.S. and Japan as a reference. The biggest problem is not about the volume. It's about both sides are the largest surplus winner and their trade deficits loser. the China's GDP is accounting for 64% of the U.S., while the China's surplus to U.S. is 68% of the China's trade surplus. So there is a surplus and the trade deficit in both countries. That is why there is a big trade war between the two countries. So this is the constitute. This is the constitute of the two sides, and you can see the gray one is the service. It is a service rate, and the gap of the service gap is increasing. And we focus on 3 items. The first one is Chinese people go overseas, and the largest proportion is the Chinese students will go to U.S. for education, and the other one is the Chinese people go to U.S. for health care. And the major surplus is happened in commodities, while for the service trade, this however, the service trade between China and the U.S. has an increasing trend for the trade deficit. And most of the surplus is happened in processing sector, which is 59%, and that is the surplus where the surplus happened. And most of the investor of the processing sector are the foreign investment companies. That is to say, if China is the world of plant, and China is the plant for in attracting the investor around the world. This plant is a result of a globalization. It's a globalized industrial chain instead of set up one country or two countries. So the surplus and trade deficit cannot be solved by policy made by the two countries, and we can see their industrial output. China is 1/4 of the world, and most of this production value is coming from the rest of the world. For example, the iPhone takes up a high proportion, a big proportion of the surplus, and we have discussed about this issue in their China's mobile phones. China's surplus to U.S. has take up now 1.9 billion RMB in the surplus, and most of this products, most of these ingredients are come from the world, while it is processed in China and exports to the other country. So that shows this is a supply chain. It is a value chain that is made of the whole world. In 2002, China is in its relatively lagging behind position. After the entry of the WTO, China takes an important role in Asia-Pacific region. It's buy from the world and sell to the world, sell to the whole world. The processing and most of this are the processing industry, and most of the processing industry are the foreign investors companies. It is not the China's local enterprises. And the trade between China and the U.S. is a result of the globalization. If there is any surplus, it is caused by the structure of globalization, and it is impossible to be solved by the policy of the two countries. And we have seen that since 2005, U.S. has proposed that RMB should be increase its value and reduce the surplus. In 2005 to last year, we have an increase 30% of the RMB. However, their surplus has not been decreased; instead, it's an increasing. So the adjustment of the interest rate has received a limited result. Many people say that the way of reducing this the surplus is not limits the exports. And in the past, Japan has made a compromise to limit its export. At that time, the Japanese car exports value is the same as that of 1988's limit quota. A lot of cars, a Japanese car in U.S. is local made. However, this cannot be counted as a Japanese company. It should be considered as a U.S. companies. And we also have the similar arrangement. For example, the textile products, we also have limited quota for export. For example, that is to say, if you textile company wants to export to the U.S., you need to apply for the limited quota. Why there were a lot of companies go abroad to, for example, to U.S.? That is because the limited quota for export. Even though they are doing so, this result it has no result. In 2005, the surplus is 10% of the total GDP. Since then, China has tried to control the surplus by increasing the import. By last year, the surplus is only 1.4% of the GDP, and this year we will maintain it as 1%. Maybe next year it will be 0% of the total GDP. However, the surplus is increasing. China is only decreasing the surplus to the other countries. That is because this is not an issue concerning about the resources export or import. It is because the governors and the limits of the U.S. imposed to China. Thirdly, if under such circumstances, things cannot be. We cannot resolve this issue. That is because of that's maybe the competitiveness of the technology. If this technology is not invented by you, it must be stolen by somewhere else. So this is a problem of IP. I admit that China has a problem in IP. However, we have making continuous progress in the 301 investigation. Now they were talking about the pirates VCD, and then they were talking about Microsoft software. In this regard, we have made a continuous improvement. However, we are still in the process of improving. However, the surplus is increasing still. I want to show you an example. It is impossible to find a balance between the two sides. That is to say that under the WTO framework, that is under the framework of globalization, we should discuss this issue instead of to set a battle of trade. According to the U.S. domestic trade law, they set a law. So that is the monopolism. So this is the big challenge proposed by the globalization. After the Second War, the best way to govern the world is the multilateralism. Before the Second War, people only rely on the strength or power of one country. So we can see it is a gambling. On one hand, we have seen the free trade policy of European under the framework of WTO, and secondly, this is a fair trade proposed by U.S. Thirdly, it is the open and inclusive world economy. There were three proposals for this. The next year is a gambling year. So it is totally a game gambling. So what is the key for the game gambling? Looking back to the free trade between China and the U.S., the China's proposal and the U.S. proposal, and you will find that Chinese people, U.S. people think that China is a national capitalism. What is the national capitalism? I will tell you a story. In 2 years ago, I was in European Union discussing the China's national economic status for the entry of the WTO. There is a problem about a problem of the capacity of the steel industry.
Like when we say there are no subsidies from China, why? Because China has the steel industries, and China has the major companies in the steel industry. If we have subsidies, we will subsidize the state-owned companies in the steel industry. However, the manufacturing cost of Chinese companies are the same with the international. And those companies are like the benchmark of the industry. Therefore, the Chinese steel industry is quite competitive. It has low cost, it has low labor cost, and so on. And Europe needs to buy the steel from China. The European experts responded that, Mr. Cao, you are right, but it's unfair. I asked why. They said, let's look at this. Why China does not have the steel raw material, however, the production accounted for the 60% of the globe. Why? Most manufacturers of steel industries go to your country to have the factories. This is like the industrial chain production. This is like the policy protection. You protect this industry, and the result is the surplus of production. It changes the trade conditions. I believe this is a new challenge for China. We have the market economy. It gradually forms up since the opening up policy. It is effective in improving the lives of residents. The U.S. also believes the market economy is beneficial for the development of China. However, they also believe this is unfair to them. This is the gap in understanding. Because of this unfairness, the U.S. believes this is an invasion of their economic pattern, which poses a threat. Therefore, we should not have unrealistic thinking towards the negotiation between the two countries. Our two countries have long passed the period of honeymoon. We are now entering the time period of like fighting and contesting. The honeymoon period was no longer here. It's not love and love, but you need to move on. It's not like we get divorced or something. We need to go on with it. The core is that the contesting between a rising economy and an established economy. We have different strategies. Is it possible to solve the friction? I believe there is hope in this. Where is this hope? It is here. China, you may see here, this year, China retail sales, the sales market, might exceed the U.S., becomes #1 in the world. You may know that the U.S. as a leading country shows leadership in two aspects. First, for public products or public system that is beneficial for the public order. Second, the great consumption market. If you have good relation with me, then you can do businesses in my country. Then, now, China is the biggest consumption market. If this market is shared by the world, it will have profound impacts of the globe. That is why we hold the CIIE, the China International Import Expo, and we also talk about the 6+365 system, greatly changing the patterns now. It's the shifting of the consumption center in the world. Therefore, it poses changes. If we deal with this well, then we can better cope with the situation. A lot of concerns are there. You will see that at CIIE, a lot of US companies came as well. They thought that China is a very big market. It's a pity to ignore this market. But if we continue this situation, we also need to have better education of the foreign investors. If faced with the trade friction pressure, our first step should do our own things well and develop our own things well, sustain the continuous development of economy. This is the fundamental measure to deal with the situation. I would like to say that in the processes, this is the fast growth of Chinese economy. It is also the process of rapid growth of income for Chinese citizens. Now the poverty-stricken, the poverty-supporting criteria increased a lot. If we put this criteria like 40 years ago, 70% of the Chinese family would not meet this standard. At that time, the annual income of families, especially in rural areas, was about 117 RMB. A large proportion of the families' income were lower than 100 RMB. A majority of the families were in hunger or semi-hunger. But now, our GDP per capita exceeds like $9,000. 300 million people are now middle class and upper class. In the next 2 years, if we continue our work in poverty lifting, then the income of the Chinese people will be higher than 2,300 RMB. I mean, all the families. But this is increasing very fast. Chinese citizens not only need general goods, they also need better goods. This means the increasing demand. I will give you an example. The household income since 2009 increased rapidly. We often said a lot about the Chinese dream. That is, the household income doubled. The GDP also doubled. And the income growth rate is higher than the growth rate of the economy. Of course, we face the problems of production surplus, like in the cement, in the steel, and so on. But do we have the surplus in refrigerators, in washing machines? No. In the past several years, the fastest industry growth is in the household commodities, the household furnitures. When people's lives become better, they of course need a lot of furnitures. And this has greatly changed from what was in the 1990s. The consumption level is shifting towards to the 100,000 RMB level. This is especially reflected in the automobile industry. Currently, the best sold ones are SUVs. And among the top sellers, most of them are local companies. The Fengshen, Hava were sold to rural areas. They have large space, very popular with the farmers in the rural areas, and also for Buick and other companies. They have the 5+2 household cars or household SUVs. Meeting this need, their sales increased. Therefore, the Chinese consumption sustainable growth decides on the continuous growth of the income. The core is the household income sustainability. Looking back in the past 40 years, urbanization is quite important. Industrialization is important. A lot of rural farmers go to the cities, have work in the cities, increase their income in cities. From this angle, we will see that the agricultural workers, the changing systems of their welfare is quite important. The migrant workers now are about 200 million. For a developed country, rural population accounted for 80% of the urban population. China now is less than 60%. For permanent residential rate, China is less than 40%. And this 60% and 20% is the migrant workers. Then the citization of migrant workers is a top priority. It's not an economic issue, it's a political issue, it's a social issue, it's a production issue. That's why we say that we should have comprehensive reform. This is important in the considerations when we face the China-US trade friction. We also talk about the President Xi's words, that is, China is in the best time period of development in modern times, and the world is in a state of great change in the past 100 years. At this time, the reform in China is inevitable. In 2019, 2 reforms are expected. One, in domestic reforms with a clear mix of ownership and state-owned enterprise reforms, and fiscal and tax relations with clear central and local expenditure obligations are expected to be the focus. Why? Because China is entering in an aging society. Social welfare is very important. There is a huge gap here. State-owned asset entering social welfare is important. What is state-owned asset? State-owned asset belongs to public. If it enters social welfare, then it can be said shared by the public. Therefore, it is very necessary for the state-owned asset to enter the social welfare system. We have the central government and local government relations. We have the central government and also the company's relations. The reforms in those relations are inevitable. Second, for opening up to the outside world, the opening up of service industry is becoming a growing trend, and especially in the medical care and education and so on, especially in Hainan, free trade zone, in medical and education fields. We have the super hospitals now.
The drug management, if it can pass the FDA's approval, it can be used in China. So in the future, Hainan's free trade zone is a new area, a pilot area for reform and opening up. Under such circumstances, what is our expectation for 2019? We think that most important is to broaden export and opening up and deepen the reform. I'd like to tell you a story. I have participated some works on WTO entry, as you know, starting from 1981. We are talking about the negotiation of WTO entry, and in 2001, China joined the WTO. Well, at that circumstances, we have many worries, and we are worried that after the entry of the WTO, there will be a lot of industry will be eliminated. For example, the machinery and automobile industry, and the finance and agriculture, will they suffer a lot of competition from the join of the WTO? Maybe some industry will benefit from it, while the other may suffer from the great competition. At that circumstances, the central government has a firm resolution. They don't think that is an issue of entry WTO. They think that it is our connection with the international world. After we made up the mind to join the WTO, the war is gone after the join of the WTO. The Chinese economy take a flight after the join of the WTO by exporting its products to the whole world. It is not simply the entity economy, including the finance, has enjoyed a sound development. You can see that the largest finance institution is ICBC, and most of the demand for finance service is coming from China. Just as the U.S. said that after China, it is a mistake to invite Chinese people to join WTO. I told you this story. So we should not be closed up. Instead, we should open our arms to the whole world, and we should abandon the narrow eyesight to as a populism. Instead of quarreling with each other and or pointing to each other, we should have a broad mindset to that. I want to tell you another story. And The most debatable issue is soybeans in friction between China and the U.S. As we know, the import of soybeans is accounting for 19%, and the U.S. is the largest importer. And we say that soybeans is the raw material. When I was young, we sing a song about the soybeans, and we believe China is the producing. We are the major producer, but now we are the importer of the soybeans, and we are also import the gene modified soybeans. Why we import, and we have made a calculation. If we localize the soybeans, we need 400 million acre lands. However, the lands that can be cultivated beans is only 210,000 acres. So it's an issue of soybeans or rice, but rice is our fundamental food, so we choose the latter. We say that the protection of the globalization and free trade is not an aspiration of the whole world, but also to the interest of the nation. Another example, and we see everybody is the ownership of their vehicle. Their oil consumption is 67% of the total volume of the world. In 1993, China is undergo a turn point from their exporter of oil to importer. So a globalized world and a free trade world is to the interest of China. So I would like to talk about the macroeconomy and trade friction between China and the U.S. on this regard. In the past 4 decades, we have a full experience about reform and opening up. Looking back to the 2019, only the reform and opening up can solve all the issues. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chao. As the one who undergo the 40 years reform and opening up, and we have learned a lot from you. Under a new era, the Chinese economy, commercial bank, and gold industry has facing up with new challenges and crisis. Now I would like to invite Mr. Gu Wenshuo from Shanghai Gold Exchange to discuss about the global international developments of service innovation for their gold markets. I really appreciate to have this chance to stand here and share with you my observations with the international developments of Shanghai Gold Exchange. Before I start my presentation, I would like to test something about my feelings. Yesterday, I have read an article on WeChat. It is an article issued in China Gold newspaper. One of our colleagues, Shen Gang, he record the days of the development of gold markets. In the process of reading this article, I was greatly moved and touched because each and every one of you working in this industry has joining the reform and opening up of gold market. The achievement we made today, which can help the mining bank enterprises together to be influential markets to the world. It is, but for your help and support, the achievement cannot be made. In the past 16 years, we have realized the achievement that is shifting from original allocated by the market plans to the allocated by the market's activities. Each and every industry have enjoyed fruitful results in the process of gold development. And I want to say that if you ask me the feeling about it, I will say I'm so gratitude to the reform and opening up in the past 4 decades. The reform and opening up of management mechanism, and the reason why we can become the role model of the world. That is because we have do everything on the backdrop of reform and opening up. So before I start my presentation, I would like to propose to do something, to give applause for those who are going to retire and those who are working hard in this industry. There was saying in this industry that all of the gold belong to one family. And I want to say, the development of the gold markets needs you, I, and him. And let's make concerted efforts to usher our career. Now, I would like to talk something about the international exploration of Shanghai Gold Exchange. Because time is quite limited, so I would like to make a brief introduction about the procedure of the internationalization. Firstly, I would like to talk about the process of internationalization. Since the establishments, we have been focusing on the build-up the world-class integrated Shanghai Gold Exchange Center and offer our efforts to the development of our for the development of the in the internationalized circle. So we have the bidding in transaction, pricing section, inquiry section, ETF, and the leasing market. So that is to say, we are quite integrated and comprehensive market. I think that we are one of the few in the world as well. We have contributed a lot to and when we contribute a basic platform for the prosperity of the market. And look in this photo, we can see that the international version has making continuous efforts since 2014. The governor of PBOC, Zhou Xiaochuan, has proposed in proposed in the London Gold in LBMA that we are changing from the finance from the sports to the futures and from the domestic markets to the international markets. So the 3 changes have been proposed by Zhou Xiaochuan then. After the proposal after the requirement has been proposed, we have we try to attract. We have tried to absorb the foreign capital bank into our system, and we can see from our charts that since 2008, after the PBOC's approval, we have the HSBC and ANZ has become the member of us, and all of their participation have laid a foundation for the internationalization. And we also has the Swiss and now there were many. There were 216 Shanghai gold exchange, among which 28 the finance and comprehensive, the 129, and 8 are the finance capital, and 22 special capital, and 17 4 of the international members. The joining of this has helped us to help us to do a better business in the future, which is a better result of it. Now I would like to introduce something about the international business. If you go into details, maybe you will understand that in 2014, September 18th, there were after the establishment of their, they have launched their international relation, and our total mindset is that we have the dual opening and a spot delivery and closed capital operation. On the original transaction basis, we launched the international contract dominating in RMB and inviting their overseas investor and try to build Shanghai as the international finance center and RMB pricing center. And how to carry out the international center? We have the international trade center, and we also introduced the overseas institution to be the member of us. And thirdly, we have set up their international contract. Fourthly, we have their designated warehouse through BOCs. We have set up FT account so that we can cross channels settlement. There were 2 types of members. One is an A member and the other one is a B member. A member refers to those who can self-operate it, and they can take the individuals and institution to join in their trade, while the B member can only carry out their own transaction. We have some special members, then which refers to those who have this typical products, and most of them are enterprises and institutions. So this is our contract, and I would like not go to details about my the contract, but I want to tell you that all of this contract, no matter it's the international contract or main board contract, it can be transacted on both platforms. It is not restricted you to do business in this type of business or on that type of business. So, and this is their domestic partner can go to the details, and their international transaction should be dealt with the involvement of the transaction center. And So they were doing business together, so they can do this. So they will generate the price together, and the price will be dominated. Will be generated with integrated consideration. And we will have the different levels of the transaction. For the cross-border capital, we have the close monitoring. For the domestic and international member settlement, is responsible for the transactor, and the international transaction is responsible for the international members. And the international transaction center is responsible for the international customers. So we have different levels of the transaction systems. As for in the domestic market, we need to open the OFT account, and we should also have the specific account. The international bank can open the FT bank in There were 11 banks in China, and 8 of them are set in the free trade zone. And we also have an overseas one, which is also the host of us, and the transaction center. And we also have the guaranteed deposit money. So the money will come from the one region and should go back to the original places. So this is the closed loop. The agent's deposit money will not be left in their international member account, which is the guarantee for the security of the fund, so as to prevent their international customer center may use the money of his client. As for the cross-border money allocation, we also have serious monitoring systems. For the offshore money, we also have the free allocation. However, the cross-region allocation has a specific system that is by doing so, we can help them to solve the issue of the capital. As for the capital, there's a strict monitoring. All of the import and export of the gold should be carried on the regional way. That is, the PBOC monitors the process of it. So there were some process. And there was, so the cross-border transaction should have the monitoring process. That is the basic charts that help us to realize the sports transaction. I would like to show this to you. By 2018, there were totally 14 transactors, and the total volume is 55 trillion. The launch of the international version have broadened the channel for investment and strengthened the interlinkage between the domestic and international gold, and improve the type of the participant, increasing the size of the transaction and enrich their investment properties. And it is good for the opening up to the global market, and it will help increase the channel of importers channel and facilitate Shanghai become the become the gold center for inventory and trading, and so as to upscale the size of the global markets and improve their bidding capacity of the gold, and facilitate the internationalized circles. A lot of banks, including their overseas banks, have proposed some good ideas for us. They propose that in the future, maybe in Shenzhen and the other cities, set up their international warehouse. We are explorers in this area, and we will try to discuss with the customs. And we think that to serve the whole system is what we should do, and we will put this to the agenda of the next year. And now I would like to talk about the Shanghai gold. In 2016, the Shanghai Gold Exchange, pricing, integrated pricing refers to their participant should think about how to realize their final RMB price for the gold after negotiating with each other. So the gold bullion should be 1 kilogram per year. Based on the situation, they have built up the Shanghai gold they have built a good channel for their participant, and the result is of the following result. On one hand, this is they use the price to acquire the quantity. So it is a transaction together with the sports markets so as to avoid the deviation of the prices. And there were the integrated settlements and sports settlements. By doing so, we can offer an integrated delivery and settlement. And there was a wide range of participants, including their enterprises, mining, and commercial bank, institution, and futures and securities. And it is a tradable market, and it can be traded online and offline, and it can offer a reference price so as to serve the entity market and promote the derivatives. And this is the basic situation of the base price. First, based on the price, the actual price, and we have two timetable. One is 10:05 in the morning and 2:30 in the afternoon. There were two institutions. They will get together for the quotation, and we will eliminate the maximum and the minimum price, and then we will inquire the price after they give the price out. If it meets the requirement, then we generate the price. If it's not being generated, then we need a second round of the price reporting or quotation. If there is any differences more than 400 kilogram, then we need a third round of third round negotiation. If it is less than 400 kilogram, and for the balance, according to we will divide it into those who have joined in the quotation.
From the pricing mechanism, we take into considerations of risk management. We've established the Shanghai Gold Centralized Pricing Transaction Supervision and Management Committee, consisting of major market participants, exchanges, China Gold Association, and so on. And we have the contract management, the risk management, in such a way effectively prohibit price manipulation, fight against the market disruption, and safeguard investors' interests. At the same time, we also combine our own experience, promote the application scenarios of the Shanghai Gold benchmark price. And we have in terms of the real companies, we can provide a settlement price for the production and trade and processing activities. So our price will be their settlement price. And this Shanghai Gold benchmark price also provides the transaction settlement price for the commercial bank to carry out the gold import business. It also provides settlement process for domestic and foreign gold derivatives and provide a basis for the physical value conversion of gold leasing businesses. In terms of application, we have achieved results in the widely application. For example, Shanghai Gold, the Dubai Gold and Commodities Exchange officially launched the Shanghai Gold Futures Contract product and authorized the use of Shanghai Gold benchmark price as a cash for the contract. And Bank of China and Bank of Communications have also introduced the Shanghai Gold base price. And also Guotai Junan Securities and the CITIC Securities have also issued Shanghai Gold base price as basic financial products. In the future, we will actively explore the application model of Shanghai Gold, further expand the use of this bench price, and increase the pricing influence of RMB in the international financial factor market. And last is that our future suggestions and plans mainly in 4 aspects. First, the price is linked to each other. The domestic gold price is used as the settlement price, and such as the futures, options, swaps, and other products. Second, make market makers products. A third, take over the transaction. And at the corresponding time, we have the transaction combination. And fourth, the overseas market will be built into a trading channel, and the orders will be directly submitted to the Chinese market for matching. Actually, today, our forum, originally our CEO, Mr. Wang, was supposed to participate in this event and make a stress, but because with CME in Hong Kong, they had the forum today, so that team went there. And their cooperation also marks our business's direction in the future. We also have the operation internationalization. We actively explored 4 aspects. First, strengthen cross-border infrastructure construction and establish a global communication data release and transaction path system. Second, set up overseas institutions, enhance the communication between local institutions, and establish global communication system. Third, cross-border marketing. Through the transaction models, the marketing of products, the pricing of China-based benchmark will be promoted globally. Fourth, in accordance with all the general ideas, through the linkage with the major gold market, we aim to improve the convenience of cross-border cooperation, study cross-border transactions, and optimize the business processes. The internationalization process might not be fast, but it will be strong. For the 16 years of our history, we walk step by step and establish a solid foundation, from introducing the foreign businesses to the establishing of main board to the launching of Shanghai Gold. I believe that in the future, through our efforts, through the cooperation with other organizations, the commercial banks, and so on, we will do this market well. At last, I would like to say that this market can be done well. Our colleagues in the industry can be well. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful speech. Your speech also shows the determination in the reform in the gold market. Next is the coffee break, about 10 minutes to 15 minutes. In our schedule, we arranged some experts from overseas to give us speeches. If needed, you can get the simultaneous interpreting device at the front desk. Thank you.
.开是会重新计时的。
对啊。
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
好的，欢迎大家回来啊！我们精彩继续，请大家把这个手机调整到静音或者是置于关机状态啊。请各位。
Welcome back. Please take your seat.
Then
we will begin our next part because the precious metal market is undergoing changing trends, so people are paying attention to this. We're very honored to have the president of UK Metal Focus, Nikos Kavalis. And next, let's give the floor to him to make an analysis of the market. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and hear all of us, of course, in particular me, speak this afternoon. And of course, before anything else, a warm thank you and congratulations to China Gold Association and particularly my good friend Zhang Yuntao, who invited me here to speak. It's a great honor to have the opportunity to speak in such a wonderfully organized and well-attended event. My name is Nikos Kavalis, and for those of you who don't know us, we are Metals Focus. We're a precious metals research organization headquartered in London, but with global representation, including an office here in Shanghai, where my colleagues Yi and Jie are based. The title of my presentation is Precious Metals Review and Outlook. However, my focus will be only gold and silver. We decided with my esteemed colleague Philip Klapwick that I should take these two, and for his sins, he should try to explain what's happening to palladium tomorrow afternoon. So we hope you come here and see his presentation as well. So I will start with gold, and what we've seen is that in October, after a couple of months of pretty tough times for gold, finally we managed to break through quite an important resistance level. And since then, we have been consistently trading, or almost consistently trading, above the 1200 mark. The main catalyst behind this move was, of course, the correction that the United States equity markets suffered during that time. And actually, in many ways, one could argue that gold has performed quite poorly given such a dramatic correction in US equities. And indeed, this is a question that a lot of our clients keep asking us. Why has gold failed to perform its safe haven attributes? In my humble view, the main culprit for this is the continued strength of the US dollar, which is never a great friend for gold. In addition to the strength of the US dollar, and of course in part related to it, we have seen that the United States economy has continued to accelerate. And ultimately, in spite of the moves in equities, this makes the consensus, or let's say mainstream investors, continue to be broadly positive about the outlook of the United States, and therefore have a tendency to prefer to invest in dollar or pro-dollar